Oh, what'd you get? You got a gold kappa. How'd you get the Gappa? Man. Yo. Wow. That's a lot of month. You're a lot of friend. Oh, Nick, Ohio, everyone. How are you doing today? It's me. I like you and stuff. Did you have a good day? I've had an alright day. Let's continue that Phoenix writing, shall we? Even though Phoenix Wright won't be born for like another century. But Phoenix Wright just has more of a ring to it than Ace Attorney. I don't make the rules, except I do, but I don't. I do not need you this close up, Soseki. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. I guess it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume, to everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Sato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined. Fuck off, Soseki. Because he's annoying. If he could just, like, act like a normal person for 2 seconds, maybe everyone wouldn't suspect him of murder every 2 seconds. Sholmes winds up being accidentally helpful, which gives him a pass. Also, when Sholmes is around, Iris is usually around, and she is both precious and consistently helpful. A bacon. Yeah. Remember, our current working theory is that the murdererman who used to live in the house or the apartment, boarding house, that's the term I was looking for. The murdererman who used to live there. Hello, Delta. How are you today? Let's get a shout out. So, the working theory is that the murderer guy did a thing where he like broke into the wall, and you haven't missed much. The case is just starting. Or the trial is just starting, I mean. Broke into the wall, damaged the gas pipe. It's caused carbon monoxide poisoning. And the actor is trying to find the treasure because he knew the dude and something, something, something. He's actually in Saseki's room, so he's trying to get Saseki found guilty of attempted murder. So Saseki's cleared out of the room so he can get into his room and search for the treasure. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Yeah, whatever. I'm going to change my opinion on at the drop of a hat. I'm a bee. I don't want to be here. What was that? I'm old. Oh, that's actually pretty pious of you, Oldman. Now, Lord Van Zykes, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. She does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black guard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. Sanguine, by the way, means looks like blood. But this is not blood, it is vine. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found bar soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed frozen reddish liquid in the little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. It also had poison. Oh, there also wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all? In other words, that tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume, is blameless. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. Can you, like, stop with the Japanese racism? Yes, it's true, no poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude the water in the ocean isn't salty? Are you going to say that that is the tea that was in there is not yeet? Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Yeah, like, all we've got at this point is a he said, she said. Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell! Do you commend me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, kept all that about the ice coins a tiny secret, didn't you? You could have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means, I have plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. As for a coward such as I, death will be well deserved, but would it still that a greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert is an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this. I'm done giving this guy a voice. I did a thing where I changed voices for him yesterday. I tried to do a thing where I gave him my bad Waluigi voice. I'm just done with this guy. You're still not as bad as the clown. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, narrated a drop of his own drink past his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that the poison not be found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. You know, the funny thing is, of the two clowns that have been in Phoenix Wright cases, people definitely agree to that statement. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered in my experience. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. Then they would do this thing where they keep switching cups. And then there's, like, the, you know, talks about land wars in Asia. No poison was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering uninstall. Did you find the bottle of poison in the accused's room? By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap. It's wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have not to lose. Well, I do declare. Yes, no one would ever just lie in order to get someone in trouble for their own benefit. That would be silly. I mean, I've already got, I think, the counter to this. Dude chugged his tea, you didn't. You claim Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Shop logic. What is this, ye dark, clad fiend? The two teacups from this scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have clear differences between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look inside the cups, just here. There's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring, commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good Lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told in court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted, "Drink tea? Well, it's hot." That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his use of that usual self that night, and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, there should be a ring. A ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well, after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Fucking drunk. Drunk-ass, vampire-ass... Edgeworth knockoff. Fucking Baron von... Suck-a-dick. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended, until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear, and being a fucking idiot. Yes, my liege? Though you previously stated that you made the coins from ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Eh? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? Crunch. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Objection? This isn't leading the witness. He has the witness on a fucking leash? Like, he legitimately just told the witness what to say? Like, in front of the whole ass court? Yes, exactly the thing that he said. Like, I'm sorry, that was, like... I know I need to not get caught up with Phoenix Wright cases on actual legal shit, but, like... That was... I know I can't keep getting caught up on actual legal stuff in this, because, I mean, when I do that, I don't remember the teapot, no. And I guess that's probably the angle we're going to take. But also, just that he whole ass said, witness, say this thing. And then the witness said that thing, and no one raised an objection.
Objection.
If they were in the teapot, then they would have... Oh, wait, no. That would make sense still, actually. People's memories are imperfect, which is why we rely on evidence instead. Like all of the evidence that says that Soseki tried to poison him. Oh, wait, that's at this point literally just testimony from this witness. Spoiled tea was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched the court? No, this... It's not even sort of valid. What the fuck, Van Zykes? You have... You have said that only evidence matters, not testimony. And literally the only thing you have going is a testimony that you told him to say in front of the court. No, it doesn't. What the... I am actually kind of annoyed right now. Like, these court cases are a circus. Yes, I'm aware of this. But, like, when the judge is a fucking idiot, I don't know, things kind of make sense, but this judge is competent. And there is a whole jury here. Yeah, you're going to guilty now? Fucking God. You have... You literally have just... Usually, when we're trying to do the, look, the defendant is clearly guilty, we have actually anything other than one person's testimony saying they did it. At which point,
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
yes, hopefully it's a low point and not a sign of things to come. Blah, blah, outdated, blah, blah, blah. Motherfucker! I'm like, my opinion of Van Zykes has gone all over the place. And now I'm just like, I'm seeing him as that guy who plays the fighting game, who claims about you, who whines about you constantly using that cheap move that gets him out of his zero death combo. Stop using counter, asshole. Use actual skill to beat me. Having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. What evidence? What any evidence? Any evidence? Okay. Of all of you, only 2 of you are even addressing the case? No, our counter argument was completely unassailable. They're just... The method that he was poisoned with is he's lying and poisoned himself. Hydrate. Stretchy. The thing is, we've had trials that were supposed to have been being rigged. I would have bought some of this as, okay, so this is evidence that the trial is rigged. But no, we're doing this on like one of the only supposedly unbiased trials. Name a literal single piece of evidence.
Hold it!
No, literally none of it is. For a game that is built on logic, as shaky even as Phoenix Wright game logic can be at times, there is zero evidence, none, that he delivered books. There was soap. This hasn't even come up yet. He drank some tea. He was slumped over a table. They think it was mixed in the tea, but they've got nothing else. There was no container for the poison found at the scene, of which I would like to get the box added as possible evidence. You know, the empty box, which is a container. And there's a tampered gas meter. He looked at a wall. Two unrelated people were photographed together. And someone died. Literally, not the only piece of evidence that remotely indicates that my client could have been involved is the medical report that says high likelihood. That has nothing to do with the... Yes, this isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas. No, he's... Sasato, is there, like, anything in that book about disqualifying a juror for just being unfit to judge human beings on anything? You weren't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial. I mean, I guess literally being given a job offer in the middle of a trial is a bit weird, but your actions in this court should be what gets you more business. That has nothing to do with anything!
Hold it!
Still, thank you for gifting more subs. You're, Why are you such a bean? Thank you for the
Delta
biddies, Delta.
Flamestorm, your banana funds are greatly appreciated. Time to stock up on more bananas for endless mischief and snacking. Thank you.
Ring, thank you for gifting a sub. Other companies steal their gas, secretly disconnect their pipes, and divert gas into their own rotten pipes. Make a contract with the household supplied with those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. Okay, that's...
Oh, yeah.
You got something there, dude? Yeah, I would thank you for refraining from using that phrasing ever, but we have actually played the Honeybee Lovely theme when she was on screen before. Yes, we mean you! Oh! Hi, Tinguri. I'm... A couple of pieces just came together, chat. You know how Natsume has said that every night it feels like something is strangling him? We are about to have it revealed that when they blow in the pipe, that the treasure is stored in the pipe. So every night, Shamspear takes the light off of the wall and is blowing into the pipe, trying to get the treasure to dislodge itself. And this winds up filling Natsume's room with the gas And that's what's being shown right here, why he always has his hands on this wall. Or I guess no. And that's why the stove goes out. Oh no, that's the redeem, I think it is, isn't it? Oh dear, it is. I have received a mashing A button, by the way. Donkey Kong. Hey, oh, look out down below. Here will come banana farmer. Oh, this one is bad. Oh, 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 oh. Black cherry. Oh. The sour candy is in fact back. Oh yeah, I had a sippy too.
Hold it!
Yeah, I don't have any evidence that... I mean, I do have an evidence, I just don't think I have...
Hold it!
Thank you for the candy and the sippy, though, still, and the subs, and the being a good bean and being a friend. Oh, please, tell me you're going to say that I am full of hot air. Please, tell me. Oh no, to my new career in nothingness. One of those would have been a decent insult. That wasn't it, though. That has nothing to do with anything either. Your wife is from what the fuck? She put salt in your tea. She gets annoyed at you and puts salt in your tea. Thankfully, your wife isn't trying to murder you. Can the jurors 2 through 4 please give the reason they're finding my client guilty rather than talking about entirely unrelated subject matters?
Hold it!
Yeah, ironically, the deaf guy has been listening. No, I didn't forget that. Fine, yes, give me the advice. I don't know. I mean, yes, I pressed juror 3, but...
Hold it! Hold it!
That's like what I'm thinking, but I'm also like really worried that I am jumping the gun there. There was a case where I did need to press people who didn't do big, obvious reactions.
Hold it!
Though, I mean, I could kind of see them in my peripheral vision during it. But I'm still trying to be thorough, you know? Okay, I am being hinted that his testimony here and I'm reading the game's signals, I think, and it is saying that, you know, this testimony is relevant to something, this guy is the key to something, and this guy is going to be involved too.
Objection!
They don't contradict each other, really. I mean, kind of. You see what German 3 just said? Yeah, of course, I heard him mumbling something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea. In a manner of speaking, did Vic pass the victim's lips on the night in question? What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of the gas pipe. Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Okay, yeah, no, come on, Shamspear. I see what you're going to... Why would I do that? How would I do that? That proved that I would, like, suck on the gas pipe.
Objection!
Yeet. This is no summation examination. This is a farce. Try you are not a clown. You are an entire circus. More yeet.
Objection!
Yeah, many times he's been in front of that lamp for some reason.
Take that!
There you go. Handprints on the wall. What are they called? Yes, skin prints. They were found on the scene. Skin prints council? I've never heard of such a thing. The Justice Minister is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspear touched in his room. Never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here, around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it! The gas lamp! Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right! What have you been up to, you nut? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force in the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stoves to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove. Oh. I'm, like, even going one further. He wasn't trying to get, Soseki accused of murder. The defense would like to posit that Mr. Shamspeare has been attempting to murder Soseki. Crikey, are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas too? You are literally not allowed to raise objections here. Yes, the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, so shut the fuck up. Clearly that can't be accepted as any form of usable evidence. Like all of the evidence that you have presented that points towards my client. Oh, wait.
Hold it!
Get fucked, Zykes. Eat safe. Wait, it tilted you? I would think of anyone and everyone. I don't believe it was ever said during the initial explanation of summation examinations that we had to get 4. That we had to make it more than half. And why isn't... Of all of these, would you not want to know the most? Okay, and I cannot pit jurors who have already changed their opinion.
Hold it!
Let's see if this has changed anything, though. I mean, I do have supporting testimony.
Take that!
Talking about the defendant, Sasaki Natsume himself. Very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. A whole series of strange happenings in the lodgings, and on that fateful night it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly. So that Shamspear fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now, hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Mr. Foreman? What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree, there is more to this case than meets the eye. Gas formers, more than meets the eye. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. It's 4 jurors leaning toward not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. I do not understand why Queen Bee is not, like, chomping at the bit to find out every bit of evidence she can about this guy unless she is implicated somehow. The jury's opinion was conflicted as soon as one of them changed their mind. In fact, it is now currently less conflicted than it is when there were 3-3. So God mend me, I do solemnly swear that I am up to no good. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipes. Yeet.
Objection!
Prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. There are traces of poison there. What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Ah, that's true. But the defense would like the prosecution to present literally evidence, any evidence at all, in order to implicate my client. Like, any, please. Use the leaking gas to commit murder. I was right. Order, counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around these parts myself, so I know what it's like, I can tell you. Trying to sleep without the stove lid is pretty much uninstall. It'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Outrageous! Yep. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Gracious!
Objection!
I have literally as much evidence as you do, Van Zyke. Shut the fuck up. The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental fact of the case remains unchanged. Namely, the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Literally, how can you claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question then arises, who put it there? Who did put it there? Its only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of the man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was clearly a retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could have possibly perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? So, the prosecution's claim is that my client attempted to poison him in self-defense? Is that the prosecution's claim? With, again, absolutely no evidence. How did he manage to turn that around on you so rapidly? Because you didn't, like, raise any objections to any of the hundreds of things that are going wrong? So I have a question, chat. I don't know why, but here are my thoughts on something. Capcom really likes naming tragic female characters Iris for some reason. Has anyone else noticed that? What does an iris mean in the language of flowers? Hope, wisdom, trust, and valor, nobility, especially in France. That means that there's absolutely no myth of the iris flower. Okay, they were planted over the graves of women to summon the goddess Iris to guide them to on their journey to heaven, so it does at least have a morbid link to it. But still.
Objection!
One other person drew culprit of the script. I'm actually not sure who to accuse. I mean, there's a chance that he poisoned himself. Can't be Olive, even though she might actually have a reason. Garadab has a possibility. Meterman could be involved.
Take that!
We didn't even put their name in. Yep. Because, I mean, Drone B said that his pay gets docked for however much is missing, so it could have been retaliatory.
Take that! Take that!
She'd have motive because of the gas theft.
Take that!
Is it actually Olive?
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Not. It's Olive Green, Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council. Oh, this is true, but like, at the time, she was in the hospital. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. Victim in the recent case of stabbing on Royal Road, an incident from which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, yes, of course, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's poisoning took place 3 days ago. True, given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital and conscious, so on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Gracious, she had poison? And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. I mean, here is an aspect. I mean, like, since Natsume was arrested that night, he would have had no reason to try to kill Natsume that night. So the poison would have laid in wait until the day Natsume came back. The defense requests that she be brought to witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspear. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. You will see my learned nip and his friends farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. Defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. She would have motive if she had solved everything. Because If he did this to Natsume, he did this to her fiance. At the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. It remains largely unsupported. The prosecution's claim is that while he was over in the victim's room, he unscrewed the lamp and put poison on the lip of it? Is that what the prosecution's claim is? Because... what? And might I add, the fuck? Might I also add, I need to use the restroom. Okay, I am back. Blah, blah, we have a chance, blah, blah, Natsume being a fucking Natsume. And Sholmes is here. Sholmes, you're right. No, that's not an astute insight. It's fucking... Yes, people oversleep because they do sleep. This is a factual statement. People also oversleep because they breathe. One more thing. Poison bottle. Hey, she had strychnine. It is literally more evidence that is pointing towards Natsume right now. Hi, Greg. Greg, you and me both. You and me both. Believe me, if I could do that, pretend that Sholmes isn't here, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Yep. That's a pretty big file. Also, is that a picture of Miss Green on the front? "18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes while in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. Estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot stole remains unrecovered. Manchester's Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes. Earlier, he had been suffering with a fever since the end of October, alerted by shouts of his fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead before capital punishment could be carried out." Relevant piece of information missing here. Cellmate's name, please. Okay, so did we just trade the newspaper article for this? Because I think we did. I think what it is that my suspension of disbelief has been thoroughly murdered. Just because of the fact that they have literally no evidence. No, it's not even held together by that. It's being held together by there being a pile of scraps on the floor, by there being a pile of toothpicks on the floor, and saying, look, my solid case. Could you have please have done a better job of it? I don't. Legitimately, she has a very, like, her point is a lot, her case is a lot more solid than the fucking prosecution's. I legitimately, I'm going to be right, but I also need to be completely fair on since I'm like always calling the prosecution out on its bullshit. The prosecution should very much have said, you know, please provide any connection of this at all. And then we would have needed to prove that, you know, her fiance was in Natsume's room, and then that, you know, he died under the same circumstances that Mr. Natsume almost did, and that would implicate this man, and that's would thus state that Olive Green, who had no reason to be on Briar Road that night, was there, and that she would have clear motive for his murder, so she could have tried to, like, that's how this should have proceeded before she got called to the stand. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, we have no link other than we just legitimately said, yeah, Olive did it. Legitimately, in that video where we're just like, fuck it, Edgeworth did it. Like, that is, for all intents and purposes, what we have done here. Through any kind of logical court proceedings. And that's how she got in there and like, we're going to need to use the envelope fragment. Yeah, like, that's legitimately what I'm already honed in on.
Hold it!
Yes, it is worth mentioning.
What? Excuse me.
Yeah, what's that? Name Duncan Ross seems to have, triggered something, huh, Shamspear? To be or not to be, that is the question. I pray forgive me, the great bard's words springeth from me with ne'er thought. Shut up. Well, finally that gets added to the court record, so we can now, yes, the way the envelope is torn, yeah, the piece of evidence that's been sitting in our... I'm not tempted to try the poison. It had the already investigated text over it. Or not text, icon. Okay, let's just press everything. I mean, we've now proven she was inside his... I mean, we would if we could say...
Hold it!
Yeah. Might make a nice picture.
Hold it!
I mean, I don't... Not at the moment, I don't think, right? Like, we have no reason to say why he would be there at that point. Also, it would be really nice if we could have it, you know, like, marked on this map, I guess, just so we could know where those restaurants are.
Hold it!
Okay, let's press this without the interjection going through. Yes, please, like, ask me for evidence that you were in his room. Like, specifically ask that. No? Okay, where do we... I mean, she's saying it was coincidental, and...
Objection.
Music didn't stop.
Objection. Objection.
Really, it's in none of those. Yeah.
Hold it. Hold it.
Maybe...
Objection.
No?
Objection.
Yeah, I mean, like, we tried one half of the envelope.
Objection. Objection.
Okay, what the hell? Is it presenting the envelope on this, maybe? That seems shakier than any of the other things I did. Didn't the
Take that!
Okay, so it is this card. Okay, so it's legitimately just this card. That is why he... You know, that would have been probably a good thing for it to have had on the item description. That's it, at best coincidence until we prove that. Now are we going to prove that they're the...
Objection.
Finally, we've done anything to link this to... We found that in his room. You remember this note from somewhere? Instructions today afternoon, follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamsphere. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, this note was originally in Mr. Shamsphere's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? That's not the angle I was going to go at all. I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There's one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamsphere's room and stole it. Did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke, I mean, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? Miss Green, yes? Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you... Anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished, unless the prosecution tells them exactly what to say with their statement. At which case, then, you know, that's not a problem at all. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses. You'll give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note, Miss Green, blah, 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 blah. Turns out checkout is at 7:14 p.m. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day written therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. Hey, Judge. We've turned, we turned the poisoning around and have claimed that Shakespeare is trying to poison Natsume. And we found that it seems that Olive was the one who tried to poison him the day she was stabbed. Also, the prosecution has literally no evidence. Like, actually none. No, this is like worse. Fledgling artists don't lie.
Hold it!
Please stop being Shakespearean. Someone did show up?
Hold it!
Probably, I guess. No, no thoughts occupy your mind, dude. You're not here to advocate for her defense? Well, considering I'm acting as the prosecutor, what are you getting paid for then?
Hold it! Objection! Hold it!
Okay, press everything. Okay, present evidence and... Okay, I mean, save here. And present this photograph. Or, wait, no. Present bottle of poison.
Objection.
Yeah. But legitimately, I thought this is what we were already, like, getting at. This is going to change the way we see the case. I thought this was the premise for calling her in here. Not strychnine, the very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone: to cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspear's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room? It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspear's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green, which we already said before, right? Like, that was the crux for getting her in here? Oh dear, oh dearie. Eee! Ordar! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord, there's no other way to explain the fact. Like, I would have kind of been able to go on that if I didn't think that's what we had already told the court and we're trying to... Miss Green did indeed set this audience trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth on the pipe that very evening as expected. The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, no, it's not, because he was trying to kill Natsume. Perhaps not, my lord. Van Zykes is going to explain this. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would have likely chosen not to carry out any wrongdoings at that time. Lord Van Zykes? And of course, the following morning, there were more activity at Mr. Shamspear's address. More activity? Okay, so that's when he was arrested. Mr. Shamspear was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspear had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe, his intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right! Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspear was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear: to ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes, and in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Man, she's short. Look at that box. Ordar, what do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You'll share the apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodging at Mr. Garrideb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. But that is ridiculous. There are no such things as ghosts or any undead, especially vampires. It does ring a vague... Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claim was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspear blowing into the gas pipe and causing the gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Oh! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. Yes, now there's a logical through line to things again. It's an interesting story. They want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved, and once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry! Miss Green? Is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel, each on different counts of murder? Well, technically one of them on attempted murder. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection.
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection.
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Hello, Fuyu. How are you today? You mega heckin' cutie. Welcome, Raiders! hello. How are you? How was your stream? What was your stream? Can we get a shout out? How was DBD? Is the what, the Tokyo Ghoul character, are they in yet? Sorry. You're right, I suspected him, so I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. Vile, villain, fat. Yay! But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the lock and key in the... That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. You are cute. You are cute and sleep well. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Oneko Taigo. I'm half demon, half cat all friend. Fuyu is a wonderful friendo of mine. Awfulness, oh artlessness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding place. Heh? Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes, well the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it. Yes. This rather nice key. Ah! What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you... What was it? What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
You are calling me cute. On the night of my daughter's wedding, Godfather intensifies.
Have a good lurk. What's all this about? He inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamspear has tried and in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear at first, but considering everything we know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes? Just making sure there's like no big keyhole here. He's not carrying a giant key. That's unofficial police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden? Now, the now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. It seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in, which is kind of why I said during the part where I was looking at the case thing that I would really like to know the name of his cellmate. You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Gerdev's lodging in hopes of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room, and when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Sosuke Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the play with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason, to get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot behind the dead convict. You... Ugh! Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen. I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. CNL, I guess. Shamespear. The defense would like to posit that the most unbelievable aspect of this was that anyone like Shamspear. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shamspear? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on that loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan, but not for the fact the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. Only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. I think we might have it in our possession already. No fucking way. No. House Counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how the lake convict's hidden loot. I believe we're already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Can't be, but it might be. It's either that or this. Oh, look at this photograph. You don't need to tell me, Delta, but thank you.
Take that!
Nope. Oh, wait.
Take that!
It's this photograph, because we're going to use the... And we could use that to find out where it has been touched. Dude, you don't get points for pointing out his name is Sham Spear. That's the key.
Take that!
Okay, Miss Green, here, let me put this in as plain of terms as possible. Let us have the key so we can get the evidence that will get Mr. Shamspear executed. Oh, good. Thanks, Miss Green. Spite is powerful. Please, I look forward to your execution. Because you were late on the rent. I need to know how the fuck Olive was able to solve this, though. Okay, well, at least that gives reason why she dwelled on it so hard. Okay, yeah, now I can actually see how she definitely figured something was up with the... At one of the black markets. Oh, that's actually pretty clever. She went about it in a way that if he was responsible, she didn't have the evidence, so she went about it in a way that if he was responsible, it would poison him, but if he wasn't responsible, it would never affect him. That's... I don't support vigilante justice, but that is, pretty, that's pretty clean as far as vigilante justice goes. How? Now I'm actually thinking about how the fuck would that be tried? Like, attempted vigilantism? Because she had set it up the way that it would only affect someone who was committing a crime? Like, the only way that it would have killed him would be if her theory was right. Barring other exceptional circumstances of nonsense that are not outside of the realm of possibility. But, so, like, no, I get that. I'm, like, saying, what would you prosecute her for? Because it's literally only attempted murder if he did it, in which case she would have had, like, a justified reason, or at least vigilante justified reason. So it would be... How is vigilantism tried? Well, yes, no, yes, she definitely would have those. And there's actually, there is, she has a very, actually, she has, given what she has stated already, she has enough to probably carry her case on the fact that cases of vigilantism are sometimes acceptable under law if you are attempting to protect another. Exactly, Epic. And she had just heard Natsumi say that exactly what killed her fiancé seemed to be happening to him. So I think legitimately, I mean, she's going to suffer jail time, yes. But I think she's probably going to be out in a couple of years. This whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Then Mr. Naruhodo stepped into the room, and I realized that that was going to change very quickly. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green. Yes, my lord? You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare. Well, one, she legitimately might not really have known until he showed up. At which point, she kind of sort of freaked out and attempted to commit uninstall. And you, Mr. you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood. And the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present. Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe that's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. I mean, of course I look at things as, you know, through a modern lens of court stuff and all. Mr. Soseki Natsume? Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Not that for the entirety of today there was, like, anything that pointed at you. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. You're in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Release the court fatty! And the fireworks. The Fi Court Works. We're still workshopping that name. Court is adjourned. And you're telling me there is nothing that could possibly go wrong by having these effectively mortars located inside the judicial building. Nothing bad could happen at all because of this, you say? At last, divine justice duly done. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Yes, I saved you twice. Please. Oh, right, I forgot about that. He went from fucking dork to, like, solid snake-ass badass over the course of one game because of it. Went from dork to Kamina. The Apollo Justice games, and possibly Gurren Lagann. No, that we haven't. Nope, we don't have that yet. Well, okay, come on, let's see anything that... Unless it's just tied to the whatever his name with only one name is, the thiefman. Okay, yeah, so it is related to the convict. No, strychnine, because that's like been said to A, be test-forable, and B, like, not uncommon, and that he created it, and she was like just able to buy it on the black market. Okay, so what's in the box? Ah, the neckband that belongs to the Hound of the Baskervilles, hence the B. Oh, and there's blood on it. Yep, he's cutting off the logic. It's this, it's that it's tied to the Baskervilles. That's why this case was suppressed and why that story was suppressed. And also, I'm going to be right back. Because we can't have a fucking case set in England without there being someone trying to steal the royal jewels. The dude was a suspect of 6 murders. Yes, they could have been blood.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen, for it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh, did the Russian terrorist that we let go because he was on the jury blow up the Crystal Tower? Why the Eiffel Tower got a death laser?
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
The fuck? It is a death laser.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location. Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before. But a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
This one, yes. Woo!
This man is getting the Dr. Volt voice. I don't care that it's been shown he's not German. Bruno, are you listening? Oh, sorry, what was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, I mean, yes, but no, but... No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper, it's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? And we've got depressed Hurley. Somehow you're even more obnoxious like this. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast. Iris is clearly right. Is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with one simple observation, probably. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tussed hair this morning with its unruly spikes. Let me stop you there. We've already been over this. My hair is how it normally is. Never mind, I think I prefer you depressed. Wait, it's been 6 months since you've been forbidden from working in court? Excuse me? Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. Ah. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? Seems even more down in the dumps than me. That were not given in Morse code, and it was apparently a nonsense code, and no one proved otherwise in court. Holmes is not working on a case, or he is, or... No, do we have to find out what's going on? Okay, so it is going to be the playing of the discs, I guess. Wait. The fact that he defended a guilty person and got them found not guilty. That's what he's being... Yes, go ask the person who told you to defend this person and said that you have to get him found not guilty, and it's going to be easy to get him found not guilty for the fact that you have been disbarred for getting him found not guilty. I am... gonna have an aneurysm. Why the fuck am I disbarred for getting my defendant found not guilty, and the prosecution can just keep marching innocent person after innocent person into the lion's den, and the police can just keep marching innocent person and innocent person into the lion's den, and what about the judge? The judge found him not guilty. What about the jurors? Why am I the only one to blame? I'm fine. I'm fine. It just... I didn't think it could get worse than the double standards that... But no, the previous case was being tried on literally no evidence at that point. No, I don't ring, but thank you for asking rather than telling me to. I just... Oh, they're just... No, no. No, you're fine. You can ask. It is when it becomes an instruction that it becomes a problem. Okay. Right, because I would have needed to have... Wait, someone tried to kill Van Zykes? Considering all of the stuff that I've said and all of the racism he's done and all of the innocent people he's tried to get executed, I'm really much more concerned about this article right here. You see, they had a brilliant plan. They did try a gun, but you see, their plan was to let him have a duel at high noon. Okay, so, please tell me they were successful. Did they come at him with some sort of chain whip? I know this game is on a handheld system, but always with the flashbacks.
Mr. Tiago, do you plink?
Blink. Oh man, they did come at him with guns. Man, told them they should have used wooden stakes. Bye, Sholmes. Banan. That sure is a piece of headwear you're wearing. Yes. But that sure is a piece of headwear she's wearing. You know, usually when a game has a mousy assistant, they don't mean, like, looks like Mickey Mouse at the moment. Oh my god, she is too precious. I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. That's good to know. Good to know that it doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. So I'm assuming Lord Chief Justice is like Attorney General? And you only savor the air for a moment of this grand office to understand his preeminent status. I haven't pegged him as evil. Also, they've kind of done that. They've already kind of done that thing before where the big legal man is evil. Stern, yes, but I've not gotten evil off him yet. Yes, it is imposing. I would say no, but I could totally see Holmes living in a clock tower. Yet, no, legitimately, thinking about it, I can see lots of heroes living in clock towers. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime, and furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. Yes, you do in fact stand behind the future of forensic sciences for 40 nations. So you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, something else playing on my mind as it happens. Bruno, Just take a deep breath and come out with it. I will definitely say this. From a moral character point of view, it is 100% better to lead with neither of these. I was going to say from a moral character point of view, it was going to be inquiring about how Van Zykes is doing. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. Next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. Does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Oh, that was... Exactly! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly, the future of policing! You see, like, the way he's making grand declarations, I would get as evil if he's not being right. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I could cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now. What? Oh, how fascinating. I mean, a lawyer could probably take a look at the previous case and come up with at least that many. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. And Iris is back to reading. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Like, you see, the thing is, it really does seem like he is doing politician things, yes. But he's like, I don't know, I get the vibe that he is the only reason we defended McGilded was so he could have us see exactly how fucked the legal system is and why it needs reform to help shape us into a tool to get that reform to happen. Does that make sense? Am I making sense on that? Because I feel that makes sense. I mean, I can definitely see it going to him being evil. But I would just like to point out that when they did this twist of the big Chief Justice-y type person, the Chief Prosecutor being evil, he was a very, wonderful, excellent. Oh, you make an astounding point. Let's go swimming later. You know, he was like that kind of jovial fellow, which is in distinct, stark contrast to this. And that guy was like guilty of like a series of murders and conspiracies and stuff. So one, I don't see them doing it again. And two, they've given this guy like the exact opposite personality, but not so opposite of a personality that it's clear they've given him an exact opposite personality. Anyway, I'd like to go back to being a lawyer. Right, yes, that. Sorry. Also, hello, Astro Dude. But, like, he was chief prosecutor before Lana took over, right? Am I remembering that correctly or something? Or no. No, they just have the same building, right? Man, I'm lucky if I remember what I had for breakfast. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, you literally assigned me to defend that man and told me that I would get him found not guilty. It made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system, and I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Also, why is it bad if I get a guilty person found not guilty, but the prosecution can keep trying to prosecute innocent people? And the judge, whose job it is to make the fair and just ruling on the case, that he's not being punished for having an innocent man found not, or a guilty man found not guilty. And anything, like any consistency at all in this entire legal system, please. Why can the prosecution assert something with absolutely no evidence, but I can't say that I went to the bathroom last week sometime without providing 5 photographs of me entering the building with the restroom and the empty roll of toilet paper? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Sogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you? Or perhaps you know nothing of his true calling. Sorry? The mission with which this young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean, mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Runo. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course. Please, tell me more. there is one, the man who was vaporized, or two, I'm going to be defending the person who supposedly shot Van Zykes. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition? Okay, so it's the vaporized one. Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry... So he was a German guy. And they definitely didn't have a German scientist accent. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instant kinesis, I think. Super high voltage instant kinesis. Instantaneous kinesis. As in moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right. Just what my herbal blend needs. A dash of devil may care. Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Asman. Odie Asman? Odie Asman. Odie Asman. Or die as man. Is that a phrase? To... That... I can't... Oh, man. Fuck, I was going on a... Odious. Yes, of course. I was going on, like, a science, like, mad science route. You know, we will either live as gods or die as man. It means bad, evil, not good. That totally feels like it should be a phrase, though. We will live as gods or die as men. Or alternatively, you can have the, you know, kind of almost like alternate. Oh, the prosecutor's totally going to be Dracula. Yeah, sorry. I was like, why didn't it do that? But it in fact did do that. Yeah, with links aren't exactly a thing that my, you know, because... Appreciate the definition, though. Deserving or causing hatred, hateful, detestable. I will live as a monster or die as a man. Or I must either live as a monster or die as a man. You know, that could also be a phrase. But yeah, odious man is just very much more clearly... Why did that... Large explosion? A man died? The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Hairbrain. That one I don't even need to... It's literally Hairbrain. He brings shame upon all mad scientists with the first name of Albert. Proto-Man! Kill him immediately! He was detained immediately after the incident and due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. Great exhibition. A scientific experiment gone wrong, and Murder? Feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still. I should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think? Definitely. Ah, yes. Yes.
One more thing.
About the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Yeah, I wanted to ask about how he was doing, but the game didn't give me an option. Oh, Lord Van Zykes? How? Oh, did I need to present, like, the newspaper? No, oh yeah, that reminds you, have you seen this? Reports of overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zykes would not be so easily dispatched without wooden stakes, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you, it does, strangely. Fortunately, Lord Van Zykes emerged from the attack unscathed. They didn't even bring silver with them. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible! They were armed with guns! Where was he attacked, though? Do we know? Well, they had some mad idea that he was some sort of vampire. It's related to the events that occurred a month ago. The leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zykes. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. You see, it's not allowed to bribe the jury. You are allowed, however, to tell the witness exactly what they are to say while on the bench. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seem to think so. It was by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman. Did you say Asman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zykes as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside of the courtroom, and fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zykes first. I know there's no evidence that he's actually the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I have Van Zykes work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. Secondly, he has been working for us for 300 years. Any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. That doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died, if not by someone's hand? Well, there's a saying, live by the sword, die by the sword. Van Zykes may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I'm leaving now. You're going to still be able to come back to here, but, I'm not going to be here, so, it's going to just kind of be a thing that takes up space on your travel selections. He's 11 hours and 16 minutes late. His colleagues might start to fidget. Oh, yeah. Yeah, did you really have to give us all of your arguments? He's going to be at Bart's. He's at his office. His coffin. I mean office. I mean coffin. I mean office. His coffice. Dear God, we're going to see him in the sunlight! Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office. Yeah, yes, it appears so. Brr, sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Dear God, he can be in the sunlight. He's as welcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice. He's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage in case anyone with a chain whip shows up. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that is such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Porqué the fuck? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean? I am a crown prosecutor and mortal like any other. I'm no demigod or undead. See, look at me stand in this sunlight. I am very much not a vampire. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. I mean... Soseki was just kind of annoying. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was by the hand of their own kind. It is not my work. I mean, like I said, live by the sword, die by the sword. Those Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. He does! That's like enough to get him through one case with us, if it appears that even the most hardened criminals can be made to fear for their lives. Perhaps I should take on some sort of persona, stalking the night as some sort of Batman. Do you mean to say? I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. See, look, I've invoked the name of God. And I've not been, like, set ablaze by it. I'm not a vampire. Lord Van Zykes. Lord Stronghart said the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True. Carried out by the henchmen of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Asmon. He always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhanded means, via his criminal activities. I mean, the two are not mutually exclusive. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual case of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asmon died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. This man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. Strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're... what? I'd understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. And I am from Romania. What of it? Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research. That's all. So you were students together. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, and so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution, it's me, literally, who else? We have not seen any other prosecutors on this side of the ocean yet. Will be handled by me. But you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Van Zykes thinking? We've seen someone sit like that before. And, okay, I'm going to say something probably I'm going to say something both simultaneously stupid and quite possibly right. I think we've seen this color scheme before. And in this newspaper, he is masked. Now I have to ask you something, chat. Sky puppies! So, he's hiding his face from us. He's not talking to us. And I think I've seen that, that style of outfit before. And do you know who tends to sit like he's sitting? The Japanese. Kazuma, take off the fucking cloak, dude. I'm glad you weren't actually killed and you were, like, made to play dead using the fake death poison. Like it happened with a small amount of strychnine, like was used on Shamspear. I'm glad you're alive, dude. You're my best friend. I am so glad you're not dead. Can you please tell me what literally is happening here? I mean, the fact that I literally said, Kazuma, take off that cloak. No. I may neither confirm nor deny that. Surely it's obvious I'm using that as an investigative aid. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. He's right in that case. Like, being very introverted is one of the hallmarks of Japanese culture. The primary focus of most people is to not make themselves a bother to others in Japan. No, those are not... It's from the fact that he's a fucking alcoholic, Iris. What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. You see, that is a type O negative from 1774. Dude, by saying that that's like a portrait of your ancestor who almost looks exactly like you is not going to help the vampire allegations. Legitimately, the thing that has best helped the vampire allegations here is the open window. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. Not blood. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. They probably don't appreciate that you destroy a dozen of them. Yeah, and yet you throw them around court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defy. I am not the... I want you to comment on the fact that there is natural light being let in here. Everyone's like, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. What's with the swords? So this was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. There's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Oh my god, this is only going further to the fact that it's Kazuma, and he's trying to become the Edgeworth to my Phoenix. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. Looks like he's wearing some kind of mask? On Lord Strongheart's orders, nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Kazuma. It's got to be Kazuma. I mean, yeah, he definitely looks like a cultist. It didn't... Wait, did you just say... Hold on. I've never met that man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet... Yeah, that's Kazuma. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh, no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to... The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. The only way... Okay, no, now I'm going against it because my character is figuring it out. It couldn't be. Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Huh? What's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. Well, with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Bruno. You should have been able to identify him from that Japanese man. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it in investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice and the conversation. Can't believe he's asking after Saseki-san, after a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. Dude, like, you've seen him at his most human here. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. Mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zykes, I think. I'm still going to give you the Dracula voice. Gordon said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look! What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain.
Who are you?
I'm Ryunosuke Naruhado, defense lawyer.
A lawyer?
Was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say? Why would you be here to... about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't...
Yesterday's demonstration. That magnificent demonstration was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity.
Now it's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too.
Plink, 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 boop.
I've been plink booped. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Ah! Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success.
Epidan, you've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Towers by instantaneous kinesis. However,
the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished?
Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So, what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for the man's death. That is the immutable truth here. As for that, I wish to be punished at once. But... murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident.
You see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. What grounds?
Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Security Equipment Act. The SEDIA. That one passed by me again. If the case is treated as murder, they'll say the machine was the murder weapon. Or then they'll say the machine was some kind of weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine the details, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident at tomorrow's trial. I see now.
So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes, or rather no. The devil is in the details, strictly speaking. There was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me. I haven't looked yet. I have not looked yet. Still haven't looked. Haven't looked. God damn it, Vari. Haven't looked. Looking. God damn it, Vari. Thank you. But goddamn it, Vari! Everyone, please thank Vari along with me for gifting me Baldur's Gate 3. Thank you, Vari. God damn it, Vari, thank you. You're demonstrating super high voltage infrastructure kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Vari, you're such a good bean, thank you. You see, Vari has this habit of talking about games and then gifting people those games. So when he said to check my Steam notifications, I was I didn't know it was Baldur's Gate, but I was pretty sure there was going to be a game gifted there, which is why I was already goddamming him. I've got such good friends. All my friends are such wonderful beings. Also, goddammit, Vari. Lamau. At that point, that becomes trolling. The elements, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea. You see? It is my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it, dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Oh, yes, that would be incredible. But the next, in a mere blink of an eye, I could be out at a great Parisian theater, say. Possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet could be within reach. So, no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days. I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel as if it had shrunk. Hey, what? That's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? I mean, it would feel like it shrunk until you, restructured your brain on it. Oops, that got Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the looks of it. Clearly, this is just another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. It's always the fly in the ointment.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have.
That's exactly it, yes.
Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman.
Victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Okay, I'm already calling it. And I don't have any of the pieces in place. But Mr. Asman's still alive. And he used this as a way to... No, Mr. Asman could very well be dead, but the explosion didn't kill him. It either, like, somehow worked. No, that would be nonsense if that somehow worked. That would be more nonsense that these games can even get away with. Because there wouldn't be any way to justify there not being that technology in the Phoenix Wright time. But, okay, let me go back to rephrase it. He planned the explosion to mask his disappearance because he had some way of Houdiniing his way out of that situation in the first place. And he was going to use it to disappear, but someone else killed him while he was in the act of disappearing. I understand Lord Van Zykes is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law, whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, all-around nice fellow, only came out at night.
Sorry, I think you misheard me? I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Baron Van Zyke, or Barrack Van Zykes. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. What the fuck do you mean by a leading question with the prosecutor? Hi, chat.
hope my mic caught it. You cannot say that leading questions are bad right now, Iris. Not after that last case. Not when the prosecution just literally told the defense or told the witness what to say. I'm going to have an aneurysm. No, Iris isn't at fault. Iris, no. Iris is precious and must be protected. They can't say that. The Capcom men can't say that after the previous case where the prosecution was just like, yes, the witness misspoke. It was actually the teapot, not the teacup that was used, right, witness? Oh, yes, right, yes, correct. Oh my gosh, I just noticed her hair drills end in hearts. Oh, you can't see because I'm in the way. Look, her hair drills end in hearts. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zykes family with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear so. That there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? I am sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zykes will be the prosecutor into court tomorrow. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odious Min, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me at the laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then. And like the entire reason he funded this was to give him a disappearing act. Money for scientific research, I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if it went well, I could expect additional financial support from my research from the British government. Mr. Aspen provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Assman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it! Yes, it's true, some man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless on all this. But please, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. You do believe me. You do believe in my hypothesis. Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please.
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage. None of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
This is the year 1900, correct? Boy, how things can change in like 30 years. Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
All right, Runo, it's time to visit the Great Exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. I wonder if one of them is Sholmes. Hot air balloon, it was a hot air balloon. Hot air balloon was involved. Oh no, it's the... Why am I blanking on her name? Ginny. Gina. All right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you. Why are you not in jail? Oh yeah, go on, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. Got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but 9 of the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yoo-hoo, Gregsy, what are you doing up there? No, seriously, what are you doing up there? Why are you not in jail? Ah! Oh, I wasn't talking about Gina. I was talking about Gregson. He kind of, sort of, did the law breaking at the trial. Your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Take care, Epic. Unbelievable. I'll go of word for you at once, your ladyship. He'll be flying high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. And by the way, Astro, I'm sorry that the bot bopped you for posting that link. Tobias Gregson, inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended. Okay, so he is... But it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. As for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. What's it, What? Blech. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate. Hear me? That's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Some measly 5 bob, that's all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto. Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. I can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, Otto? Diver, pickpocket, what's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all, do ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. What it's worth anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Alright, well, I'll be back up top. You'll fort down here, alright? Alright, sir. This raises a lot of questions. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. Realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Jeannie. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, didn't it? Inspector Lestrade sounds like something out of a book, eh? It actually does. I did legitimately think that's probably like a name of a Sherlock Holmes character. Talk about a sea change. Oh, there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out the stops looking for him. Just a small promise then, nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had to go get a test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. That's very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Runo, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. About what she was found not guilty. And yet here she still is still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Core, you don't have to worry, Otto. I didn't have to worry. There probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Like I told you before, innit? Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside, that I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. I mean, to be fair, before you showed up, he did only prosecute the worst of the worst. And again, live by the sword, die by the sword. Car was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Keeping everything running smooth, I mean. Boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's gonna take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this! I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it! You know how to pull the boss in, put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. That's settled. When do I start? No, no, no. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how could Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming this experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way. It was? How can it have been? Because the body cannot be found. Surely after the machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. What? In the tower? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there, above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but if anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this as plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. No one's allowed to investigate the weird machine. Oh, forensics is actually taking a look at it. Okay. I mean, if I can't examine up on the platform, I still want to examine this thing. This crossbow? Yeah, this is a crossbow. A collapsible crossbow. Actually, they're bolts on a crossbow. Figure I'd rub my face all over it, see what I could see. Burnt cloth. Hot air balloon material. Yeah, that is how Mr. Sholmes would come to that. Can get that? No, you very accurately came to a conclusion that Mr. Sholmes would have come to, which is to say, a really dumb one. Yes, the UFOs. Yeah, definitely. What? Just tell them that they're like the floating lanterns, except bigger. Yeah, I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan, specifically in Tokyo. Trust me, if the British are good at one thing, it's standing in line. Seriously, like, they take pride in their ability to stand in line. What have I missed? Okay, this place is Sholmesless. No, we're not making a Naruhodo's Anything agency. Link. Also, when I asked what to do, you could have had anything that resembled a... this wide. Think. And there he is, very much standing in the sunlight. Really? No, that's not... Okay, wait. But it... No, the stairs? Really? Not enough to examine the tower. You have to examine specifically the stairs. And we will speak with Inspector Greg next time on Taya Ball Z. If you enjoyed the stream, please do consider a follow. I love all of you. Let's see who's online. Stay cute, everyone. Mwah.